coming at you with an important announcement from the UEE Navy. The 1st Naval Aerospace Squadron, the Lions, is recruiting. Be a part of something great. Join now. We are looking for new and veteran players. The 1st Naval Aerospace Squadron is a UEE Navy carrier-based squadron. If you're looking for a disciplined, well-trained unit, join now. Not only do we want combat professions, but we need first-person marine experts, merchants, miners, salvage. All professions are welcome in the 1st Naval Aerospace Squadron. Our mission is to protect the UEE and its citizens. Join the 1st Naval Aerospace Squadron. Expected missions would be anti-piracy, anti-smuggling, fleet protection, search and rescue, convoy escort, bounty hunting, exploration, mining, salvage, asset protection, cargo hauls, to name a few. Join now and see the galaxy. We have an organization page on the RSI website, as well as the forums in Spectrum, and we have our very own Discord. Role-playing is encouraged, but not mandatory. The galaxy awaits. Join now. Whether you're casual or competitive, we're looking for committed players. We're based on a World War II U.S. Navy Air Squadron theme. Our focus are carrier-based craft, with our primary being the Sabre. But all ships are needed and wanted in the squadron. We would like to have a wide variety of ships to allow all kinds of gameplay. Visit now your local Navy recruiter and join the 1st Naval Aerospace Squadron. The squadron is growing. Visit our recruiter at robertspaceindustriescom/orgs/1NAS to become a member of something great.
quantum drive is now off. Takeoff complete. Weapons system is on. Landing gear raised. Shields are off.
No. Okay, how about now? Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Who is that? Hive Mind? Man, I appreciate you so much. I've been talking for over an hour and a half, and thank you. I appreciate it. I had a Windows update this afternoon, and I should have known whenever I have a Windows update, it always disconnects my mic. Wow, and I had so many cool stories. I'm back to New Babbage. No, that's just my primary residence. Okay, hold on. It's not letting me. It's not letting me enter. Let's say yes. Yeah, they probably took the server down for whatever reason, and let's see what it says about RSI status. Platform is operational, but persistent universe is under maintenance. Arena Commander is under maintenance. You would think that they would say something ahead of time, not unless it was an emergency and they just had to disconnect everybody. I'm going to Spectrum. Okay, that was January 31st. You would think it would be under announcements, and you would think it would be the top announcement. Yeah, this top announcement was from a month ago. Okay, 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago. Live service. I'm going to click on that. Current issues. Issue council. I don't see anything. An update. Exploits. So it's not an announcement. Yeah, they don't. I don't see a Spectrum post for it. I see one where they're selling the new Super Hornet. Well, darn. If okay, status page. Okay, let me click that, and it in maintenance. The live service will be maintenance window starting on 2/12 at 7:30 UTC. Okay, that's like 5 minutes from now. The maintenance window is not expected to exceed 3 hours. Players are strongly advised to safely stow their vehicles and equipment before logging off. Well, I wish I knew that. Yeah, 30 minutes before they go offline is when they put the announcement out. Well, poop. Okay, well, that's the end, I guess, of my Star Citizen experience tonight. Hopefully, uh, I don't have to claim my ship and all that, which I probably will. And then all the treasure that I have on the ship is probably going to be destroyed. Oh man, this is. And I wish they said, put it out as as like a server wide pop up or something. They could, because I know other games that I play, when they're getting ready to do maintenance, there's a pop up dead center in your screen that you have to acknowledge by clicking it out of the way. And it says server maintenance in 30 minutes, and then the server maintenance 15 minutes, and then 5 minutes, and then see you in 3 hours or whatever. But they would have these pop ups that everyone would see while they were playing. Star Citizen doesn't have anything like that, which I think is a MMO 101, MMO 101. Okay, well, I've got a million other games that I can play. Not sure what I want to do though. IL2. I have City of Heroes, believe it or not. The Troop. I don't know. I don't know what I want to play. If anything, I could just wait 3 hours and then come back into the game in 3 hours. Hmm. Well, let me tell you guys, since my audio didn't work at the very beginning of the game, let me tell you what I started the stream off by saying. This way, it gets kind of a little bit out of the way. It's kind of embarrassing in a way, but it's also kind of a lesson learned. A couple of lessons I learned actually. So the first thing was I logged in off camera, right? Yeah, I logged in about 2 hours before I went live. So I logged in and I said to myself, I'm gonna haul some cargo, and maybe I'll make 4 million, 4.5, 4.8 million or whatever, because I want to buy a Hornet, right? So not the Super Hornet, just a regular old Hornet. So I logged in, grabbed a bunch of freight missions. It would be about 300,000. I said, okay, no problem. And then I got distracted doing something else. I don't remember what it was, or I was so excited. I jumped in the ship. I launched. Oh, wait, we got Lone Star saying, yeah, I just bedlogged because I couldn't get through the Pyro Gateway. So I bedlogged and couldn't get back in. Hope I don't lose my 1.7 mil worth of agricium. That's an ore. 1.7 mil. That's awesome. I don't know. Did you bedlog in space? Because I don't think that works. You have to be landed on a planet or a moon, I think. That's what the error message always tells me.
It says you can't bed log in space. You have to be on a planet surface. Okay, well, I always get the error message that I can't bed log in space. I have to be planet side or moon side to bed log. It works every time, but I just have to be landed on firm ground. Um, and I'm getting to it. That's part of my rant that I've got right now. Um, so I jumped in my ship. I took off from Tressler, and I'm on my way. I'm almost to New Babbage because that's where the cargo was supposed to be delivered to. Real short trip, 300,000. I was happy with that. I get to about halfway through the quantum, and I realize I didn't load the cargo. So it's still back up on Tressler. So I turn around, quantum back up to Tressler. I had to request a hangar, of course. So I go into the hangar. My cargo is not there anymore. It's on the freight elevator of the hangar that I left, right? They didn't give me the same hangar. So I said, damn. So I abandoned all those missions and I picked them all right back up and I loaded the cargo up. This time I remembered to load the cargo up, and then I made it to New Babbage. But this is where the embarrassing part happens. I'm just outside the spaceport and I really had to use the bathroom. And I didn't want the game to log me out, you know, from too much time away because I didn't know how long I was going to be. So I landed in the trees. I bed logged, right, with all the cargo in the back. I logged back in about an hour before the stream, right? I logged back in. All the cargo was still there, so I was super happy. And then I landed at New Babbage and I tried giving them the cargo and it said I didn't have any missions, right? So that cargo got transferred straight into my inventory. And I'm like, I don't want this cargo because it's contracted. I can't sell it anywhere. It's not it's supposed to be delivered. So I had this idea. This is me troubleshooting. I said, what if I take all that cargo back out of my inventory, put it on the cargo elevator, then choose all those same delivery missions, and then just lower the cargo and deliver the same goods, right? No, they didn't accept it. So no, you can't sell that because it's contracted. So I've got a bunch of cargo at New Babbage, um, about 100 SCU worth of junk, various things. So it's okay because it's just sitting there in my inventory. Hopefully this maintenance will delete all that BS. But if it's still there, I'm just gonna load it up on the ship, go into space, and throw it out into space. Throw it out into space because I don't want it cluttering my inventory anywhere. Um, yeah, no, I've tried. I've tried taking when the mission bugs out and I've got that cargo. I've tried selling it because I figured why not? I've got all these stems. Why not take them to some place and buy stems? And no, they don't buy them. They show up and it says not able to be sold or something like that. It doesn't say we don't want them. It says you're not allowed to sell them. Oh, you just threw it out into space. Yeah. Well, you can't take it anywhere. That's they need to have like a return policy. Like uh, on the box itself, like when you tractor it, it gives you the information of what's in the box. Maybe and on the side of the box, it's got like symbols that let you know what's inside the box. But there should be like a little you scan it and it should say like um, return to this location or unable to be delivered or something, where they should have a way that you could just take it to an elevator, drop it off, and then when you lower it, because they identify it as contracted, it should say, do you want to store it? Do you want to, or do you want to um, delete it basically, or do you want it to be forwarded to the proper place or something? Be more immersive in game. There needs to be a way that you can, and what that'll do, it'll do a couple of really good things for the game. It will clear up all these entities that they've got scattered all over the place. That's because that slows the server down having all that BS. Okay, I'm gonna pull up YouTube and let's see if I want to watch the Hornet videos that came out today. Videos. These are my videos. I don't want my videos. Sig. Come on, where you at? I'm a subscriber. There you go. And there should be a, not patch watch. Okay, that was like a month ago. Hold on, videos. There's two videos. The Super Hornet Mark II and the Heartseeker video. I want to see both of those. Oh, you did? Okay, that's an advertisement. I don't have YouTube Prime, so I can't I can skip it once it gets into the 5 seconds. And I can put this on camera, I think. 1 second. How about that? There we go. Let's watch this together.
The Super Hornet Mark II is a fighter from Anvil Aerospace. It's not replacing the old Mark I. The old Mark I is still going to exist and it's going to be in the verse. So players who own the Mark I are...
Okay, let's go back just a moment. That's kind of like a very tight nose, where that one's got kind of a wide nose. And of course, the racing stripes, it makes it look sexier. It's got a longer tail, but the rest of it looks pretty much this. Okay, the guns are positioned differently. These guns are inside the underflap, where these are a lot closer. That means your convergence will be a lot better. And this also has missiles in addition to, I think it's got underbelly missiles as well. Yeah, these missiles right here, they're size 1 missiles. Wait a second. The guns and the nose transitioned in mid-video. Okay, I'm pausing so you can see how it's different. Look at that. The nose is going to be way out here. Yeah, this is a blend. This gun is going to change, move forward, I think. Yeah, those are Panthers, it looks like. Might be Badgers, but I think they're Panthers. Well, the Super Hornets always had a second pilot. Okay, he's showing it extending from what, a regular Hornet? The Super Hornet's always been longer. Okay, see how the wings are more... Okay, the guns look like they're in the same place, but the wings are longer, so it looks like they're not in the undercut. Yeah, okay. A little bit longer, maybe a meter. I always did like the Super Hornet. Yep, underbelly. Oh, what do you say? I just got the F7C Mark II and got someone in game to let me steal the turret off of the. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get me the ball turret, and I'm gonna get me a chin turret. I want to have my 6 guns. You get the Heart Seeker, you get a paint scheme and a ball mount, but that's a purchase on the website. It has 3 barrels per gun. I do like the Heartseeker paint. Uh, it's just like red accents. And this is my Valentine on the side, but that's like any other World War II fighter. They always had some kind of um, what's the word for it? There's a word for that. Nose art. The black and the red does look really good. Yeah, the red paint's got a metallic shine to it. I didn't think he worked at Star Citizen anymore. I thought he was gone. No, I didn't. Okay, but let's go ahead and maybe I can find that second video that I wanted to watch. Which happens to be this one, I think. They must be some badasses if these guys are so afraid of these two that they had to run up, take cover, and all that when there's only two of them. And he's only got a pistol. Oh, okay. Whatever. Yeah, the chin turret and the ball turret are both viable in game. Just so you know. Um, Give me a second. I'm going to my DPS calculator. Wait, didn't I just pull that up? Okay, I thought I did. Must have closed it. Okay, this is the ball turret, right? Okay, there it is. Stanton Shops. You can find it at Cousin Crow's Center Mass on New Babbage and Center Mass at Area 18. Just so you know, if you wanted a ball turret, if you want the nose turret, it's located all over the place. Looks like Dumpers Depot, Cousin Crow's. At Cousin Crow's, you'd be able to pick up both of them. I want a picture of that. How do I get a picture of that? because the ship that was outside at my last mission had 3 of those, and I was going to, I think it was these, and I was going to take them. Yeah, I think it was these. Oh well. So those Hurston Dynamics makes those. You can't buy them anywhere. You got to find them. Was salvaged in the pyro system first. Yeah, so this guy that had him on his ship must have been to pyro. Why does it say $4.99? Right here it says $8.84. That's DPS burst, but DPS sustained. It, oh, okay, well, never mind. That's size 4, so. Attrition is 444. Okay. So it is better on sustained and alpha and burst. I'm looking for power. Power consumption 1.25, 1.25. Okay, so it's okay, spread. Whoa, it's got a very tight shot. Okay, it's way better. I need to get me some of them. Okay. Well, that's it, guys. I'm not basically. We got disconnected from Star Citizen. I'm going to wait a couple of hours before we can get back in. Unfortunately, I do have some miniatures that are drying outside. I primed them, and now it's been a couple hours, so I'm going to go out there and grab them, bring them in. And I might in the morning actually do a live stream where I actually start painting on them. I think. I'm not sure exactly which ones I'm going to be doing. But in the meantime, thanks, Lone Star. Appreciate that. So, wait, you said you just started playing about 2 weeks ago? Is that what I read earlier? I just got the game like 2 weeks ago. Okay, so before I go, Lone Star, I know you might have already disconnected, but if not, do you have any questions? Does anything confuse you at all about Star Citizen, its development, Squadron 42, the way the game works, what's expected, what's going to happen in the future? Do you have any questions, or do you pretty much think you got a good handle on everything? Because if you do, that's great. But if not, since I'm not going to be gaming, I would be glad to answer any of your questions. Right? That's kind of what I'm here for. I'm a guide, and the but no one ever in game ever sends me a message that they need a guide because they're too busy having fun, you know. But no, if you got any questions at all, if something is confusing you or you haven't figured something out, let me know and I'll be glad to answer it. If not, no big deal. You're doing good. Oh, it won't. Um, so I know you've only been around for a couple of weeks, but I'm sure it will fix something, one thing or two things, or something that was egregious, or it just cleans up some clutter. But there are hundreds of bugs and things that need to be fixed. And uh, one maintenance patch or whatever, or even one actual patch in the game is not going to fix them all. I know we wish that it would, and we it really expect the quality of life to go up, but um, just understand that there's a there's a ton of bugs, and they're working through them this year. They claim, we'll see if it's actually the case, but they claim that this year is the year that they spend on fixing the bugs more than introducing new features. Um, and I feel that would be true because almost all the features are already in the game. There's only a handful more that need to be added. So, so I think it frees up a lot of the engineers and developers, not developers, but the engineers and the programmers to, get their feet wet when it comes to cleaning up these bugs. So I do believe that this year will be a good year in cleaning up a lot of the bugs. Um, but for those players that want features, there's probably still going to be a feature or two that's added, but like maybe base building or maybe crafting, you know, those might be added this year, but if not, it's okay because they're working on the bugs. So 2025, fix the bugs. That's the plan. Oh man, I, when it comes to the potential of the game, uh, I got in 20 end of 2013. It was almost 2014, and so it's been like 10 years, 11 years, something like that I've been playing. But those first 2 to 3 years, all we really had to in our hands was very little, right? We had almost nothing, you know, and everybody was a dreamer back then. We would theory craft and idea crunch and try to we would come up with all these different plans like for our organization, and we actually had a bunch of people join the organization. We were I would say we were a medium-sized organization. We're not now. We're tiny. We're not even small. We're tiny. But back then we were like a medium-sized organization. We had guys working together, coming up with all kinds of plans and organizational plans. And we came up with like the award system and a training regimen for new people that join the organization. And we, 1NAS, it's the First Naval Aerospace Squadron. Uh, and we had these wide-eyed ideas that we were just gonna, we were gonna have fun in our own way. We're gonna do our own thing, and this is what we were gonna do, and just over the years, some people just didn't have the patience, and they slowly but surely started to drop off the map, stop showing up in our Discord, just never really participated in any of our organizational activities. And now we're down to about 10 people, right? And I'm going to say 7 of them never log in, right? They're still in the organization. And every time I contacted them, and I would have to reach out to them, right? They said, well, I'm just waiting for it to actually come out, or I'm just waiting for it to be a playable game, or I'm waiting for the bugs to be fixed, or whatever. And I can respect that. I understand that. There are so many other games out there that they could be playing, and they are, and so am I actually. I play a bunch of other games, but yeah, we had some really high expectations of what we were going to do. We had a planned out our home base, where it was going to be and why, how we were going to role play our squadron inside the verse, being an active duty Navy squadron. We needed to act like it and not be a bunch of murder hobos or whatever. We had to be, disciplined and loyal to the empire, and very helpful to other players in need and stuff like that. And a lot of people got into that, because it gave them a reason to exist. You weren't just some guy in the verse going around and just, pirating. We were the guys that you would call when you needed help. We were the guys that you would call if you needed like an escort from point A to point B. Now, even though we're in the Navy, pretend, we still have to get paid, So if you want us to escort your cargo ship from point A to point B, what's it worth to you? Like what's our rate? We didn't know. Back then, we had no idea how much we were going to charge. We don't know what the missions were going to give, or how much money a cargo trip was going to earn. So we focused on fighters, right? Like the F-7 or the Sabre or the Gladius, ships that were traditionally Navy fighters. And then because we would be like fleet protectors, you got this big Hull C, you're carrying a bunch of cargo, and we would be your fighter escort, that was the plan. That was our plan. We were planning on setting up a base somewhere where we could mine and manufacture missiles. That was our plan. Our plan was to build missiles because we know that because everybody's launching missiles and they got to buy them somewhere, and we were gonna make them, and we are gonna make them good. We were gonna do the best to get the best quality parts and stuff. And we knew this back in the early days, that we were gonna have a crafting base, and we were gonna craft missiles. Now, that's twofold. There's two reasons why we're gonna do it. Because our own squadron needed missiles, right? But then any excess we would sell, right? So it would finance our missile production, and we would share that with the active squadron members. We had departments. We had guys that liked to do boarding actions, foot FPS style combat. We had guys that preferred to do the space combat. We had guys that preferred to do like espionage, sneak on board or set the ship to self-destruct and then eject, or break into a base or something. We had guys that wanted to do espionage. We had guys that wanted to do FPS. We had guys that wanted to do space to base. We even had a guy that wanted to be a refueler. He bought the refueling ship so that he could refuel us, but also if there was anybody in distress that needed fuel, he could run out there and okay, so we were like on the same, we're on the same, you're picking up what I'm putting down. And so that was the plans. But we've lost a lot of guys, lost contact with a lot of guys. It's been 11 years, of inactivity. When I say inactivity, I mean the game, it took a while for the game to really hit its stride. And it hit its stride about 2 years ago. About 2 years ago, the game really kicked in. It was about 3.14. Approximately about then, the game really started to, because before that, it was just, you really weren't doing anything. Every time they released a patch, everything got wiped. You were back to square one. So you could take a bunch of cargo from point A to point B. It didn't matter. But you'd make 1 million credits. You'd buy a ship, and then 2 weeks later, everything was wiped out. And I love me some FPS. I actually prefer FPS over the space combat, but I also like space combat, dogfighting. I prefer to on planet, actually. I prefer ground pounding behind a building, behind a rock. Shoot a sniper rifle from a kilometer away. But when you're inside of a tin can, it's a little bit different type of gameplay. It's a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? You have to be a little bit more aggressive. You have to be more, it's a little more fast paced. You have to there's a word for it. Violence of action. You have to be push, take that room, clear it, move on to the next room, clear it. Because if you don't, they'll reform, that kind of stuff. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to let me talk to you about that a little bit. I have a throttle and joystick. I have a mouse. I have a keyboard. Okay. There are people that will fly with a throttle and mouse. Some people will fly with a stick and a mouse. Some people fly with a throttle and a keyboard. Some people fly with a stick and keyboard. Some people fly with a mouse and keyboard. Or, two sticks. I can't wait to see somebody try two throttles. No, or two mice. I had somebody in our org that flew with an Xbox controller. That was his. He just liked it. He just preferred it, and that was. I think he's crazy for using that, but that's okay. That's if he likes it, he likes it. But let me tell you, I do not use my throttle and joystick with Star Citizen. When I'm playing IL-2, I use a throttle and joystick. When I'm flying a World War II fighter. But when I'm playing Star Citizen, there's not enough buttons. Even though I've got like 10 buttons on each, plus there's what's called there's like a finger button that allows you to switch between modes. So that would make 20 buttons. And then you've got a dial on the top that you can change to different settings. So you could have setting 1 with 40 buttons, and then you could have setting 2 with 40 buttons. But even so, I've tried, it just becomes way too confusing. I am playing with a keyboard and mouse. I prefer it. And one of the reasons early on, I learned this about myself early on. The keyboard has just enough buttons for me to do everything I want to do. Plus, I don't have to. Okay, I have to use a mouse when I'm shooting. When I'm doing FPS gameplay, when I'm running around doing something, I use a mouse to aim my weapon. If you use a joystick to aim your rifle, you'll never hit anything. This game does not have auto aim like Call of Duty, right? So it doesn't have Xbox controller cheats that, you just aim close to the enemy and you'll hit him. No, it's very precise. So I even have a button on my mouse that allows me to snipe. It lowers the DPS of the mouse so much that I get precise shots. I never use it because I don't feel like I ever need to use it. But pointing, quick point, I can point from left to the right. I can turn around. I can do whatever with a mouse that I could not do with a joystick. Okay. Because of that, when I go into my ship and I sit down in the cockpit, this is why I don't. I don't want to push my keyboard and mouse out of the way and pull my sticks out. Fly with the sticks, and then when I land, or if I get out of the seat, having to push the joysticks out of the way and pull my mouse and keyboard. I hate that transition. That's the main reason. I don't want to transition back and forth from my mouse to a joystick to a mouse to a joystick because I'm constantly getting in and out of my ship, right? And some people have these mounts that have, they're mounted to their desk on swivels and they can just move them out of the way or pull them in. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to transition my controls from a mouse to a joystick and back and forth. So I stick with a mouse and a keyboard when I fly. There might be a little bit of a disadvantage, but I don't see it. I don't see the disadvantage. People talk about, oh, it's a different type of experience. You're going to love it. You have 6 degrees of freedom and you can do this and that. Guess what? I have 6 degrees of freedom with my keyboard. Plus, when my weapons are on gimbals and they shoot where I point my mouse, that's just it. I'll point my mouse on the enemy pip, pull the trigger, and I'll hit every time. Where if you got a joystick, it's a little bit harder to get your nose pointing in the right direction. So that's me. I'm a mouse person. The keyboard, I could probably switch the keyboard for a stick or maybe a throttle, but when it comes to FPS combat, I don't want to have that crap in my way. I want it to be a fluid transition. And that brings me to this. The game is probably, if I'm being honest with myself, it's probably at least 2 years away from being released in any meaningful way, right? Version 1.0 is what they're aiming for. With 5 systems, even though originally they said 100 systems. Have you ever looked at the ARC star map? If not, we're going to go ahead and bring it up. This is the ARC star map. You bounce back to your controller? Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna show you a little treat here. ARC is I'm gonna drop a little lore on you. ARC is a space station in space, where all races are invited to share knowledge. And they call it the ARC. And the ARC star map is a map of the known universe. And it starts with Sol. We all know what Sol is. Sol is Earth. Okay, so you're a lot like that guy that was in the squadron that used a controller. Yeah. Okay, I'm zooming out. These are all the worlds. It's a 3D map, if you didn't know already. These are all the worlds, all the solar systems that are in the universe of Star Citizen. If you scroll up and to the right, you can see Nyx. Nyx is supposed to be the next system that's going to be done. If you look there, you see Stanton and Pyro. There's Terra, and I think it's Magnus. Those are the 5 systems: Nyx, Pyro, Stanton, Magnus, and Terra. Or maybe it's Castra. Cascom. Not Magnus, it's Castra. Okay, so this is the Castra system. And it shows you the jump points: the Castra Nyx jump point, Castra 1, Castra 2, the Castra Oso jump point. Yeah, Magnus, you can't jump there because there's no planet, the system. They haven't built that system yet. But if you wanted to learn about, here, let's go back. Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's go to, I'm going to find one that we already know, like Stanton. Okay, there it is, Stanton. Well, we already know about ArcCore, Hurston, what do you call it, Crusader. Something they removed from the game is the Aaron Halo. It's an asteroid belt. It's not really there anymore. And then there's Microtech. If you wanted to, like there's Stanton Terra jump point, you just can't use the jump point. And here's the Stanton Magnus. You just can't use it. You can use the Stanton Pyro jump point because Pyro exists in the game. Oh, okay. Well, you can't. But Pyro is the second system, and it's the only system that they're going to have 5 systems at game launch. Oh, to the Halo. Yeah. There's Checkmate and, Monarchs and Pyro 1 Bloom and a Kiro cluster. So if you wanted to know anything about these places, you could click on them. You could right click on them and you can get information here about them. The moonless monarchs, blah, blah, blah. You can mark it as an avoid. You can set as a departure. Basically, you can set a route. That's the routes, which will take you through various jump points to get to wherever you're going. But if you look, wait a second, where's it at? Okay, right here, you can turn on the jump points. I don't see them. Okay, that's ship size. Okay, here we go. That's what I was trying to get to. You can see the path of all the jump points. So if you were curious, you know, of where each of these systems lead you to. And this is Terra. And it kind of shows you the world and some stations that they've got built up and stuff. Looks like it only has one moon. Eta. Okay, so Eta is about the same size as Earth. Interesting information. Okay, but that's the arc star map. And you can explore around and look at all the different worlds. And our organization had chosen Goss to be our home world. Um, I have a folder. Let's see if I can find it. I think it's in my squadron folder. Evocati. I used to be Evocati. I'm not anymore. It just took way too much time and effort. Star charts? Yeah, that might be it. Okay, so I've got, I don't know how many, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's 45, 51 systems, picture-wise. Let's bring this up. Boop, boop, boop. This is a Goss Cassell. It says approach, so this would be like towards going in towards the spaceport. That's got waterfalls and lakes, and it looks like a dam or whatever. It just looked really cool. And this is another one. This is the spaceport, I do believe. This is back when they had. I'm sure it's not going to look anything like this now. But right down there, you got the Lion's Den. That is the moniker of our squadron. You got 1st Naval Aerospace Squadron, the Lions. You see, there's a boat out there on the water. Swimming pool. Who knows how it was going to be set up? This was a bar. It's just called Cassell Bar. It's just a bar. This here reminds me a little bit about the New Babbage Bar. You know, the what do they call it? Wally's Bar. Except this is the Pulse, as you can see up here. It says Pulse. And this was a picture of the system. And then it talks about the pool. Yeah, I've got a lot of these picture screenshots and stuff from all different kinds of systems. Now, if you remember, this is Cascom or Sherman. And you can see, hell, this picture. Let me do properties on this picture. This picture was October 2015. So, whoops. Yeah, so even in 2015, they already knew what Sherman was going to look like. And they had this, the different angle. And look at that, 328.14. They already had a pretty good idea what Sherman was going to look like. It doesn't look exactly like this. It's a little bit different right now. You got the turrets up there. You got the two arms that stick out and people fly in to their hangars. You got the government building, got residents. And that's where I got my maintenance picture from, is from the Castra. I got a bajillion pictures from Stanton. That was concept art back in the day for Microtech. That was a concept of the city. Look at that. They already have the space station over here. It looks a little different than that right now, but... Oh, I just clicked the same video. Okay. What do we got? We got Stanton 1. That's ARC core. We already know that. There's an ARC core. I don't know or have any idea where that is. We see a lot of this right now. Some of these pictures are duplicated. Okay. Yeah, but these are all early concept buildings or pictures. I guess that would have been Orison. Yeah. Okay, well, I just closed all those. We don't need to go through all those. No, Sherman's not in the game yet. Sherman is in the system Castra, and Castra is one of the next systems coming out. The 5 systems they are introducing when Star Citizen is in beta 1.0 is Stanton, which we're playing in now, Pyro, which they just released last 2 months ago, and then the other 3 are Nyx, which they could release that and I would really care less, or couldn't care less, or however the word goes, because it's really only a space station. It's Lebsky, it's in an asteroid field. I don't know if there's really anything else in the system. And then there is 2 others, which is Castra, which is a military outpost that Sherman is located on. That one's not out yet, but it's coming soon. And then the last one is Terra. I always thought that Terra was Earth, but in the Star Citizen universe, Earth is Sol, and Terra is the second Earth. It's like, it's much larger than Earth, so there's a lot more real estate, and it was an untouched garden world, basically plants and animals and beautiful oceans and everything like that. It was a beautiful garden world, basically. And they established a colony there, and it grew super fast, and it's called Terra. There is a faction in the Empire that wants Terra to be the new capital of the Empire. The other faction wants the capital to be Earth, as always, centered on Earth, Earth-centric. But another thing, another key point. If you know your Roman history, Roman conquests, and the various factions that opposed or were allied with Rome, then you would know Star Citizen. Think, if I could take Star Citizen and put it into one little synopsis, it is a space futuristic game set in World War II during the Roman Empire. The Vandul are the Vandals. The Xi'an are the Asians. The Banu are the Greeks. The Tavaran are the Carthaginians. The Kurthak, which is a race that you don't really hear that much about, they are probably the Japanese. Mainly because you have the Roman Empire and you have the Chinese Empire, which is the Xi'an. There is a adversary on the other side of Xi'an space called the Kurthak that the Xi'an are at war with, but they don't want the Empire of Earth, Rome, to have any communications with them. They don't want any help, and they don't want you to ally with them or whatever against the Kurthak. They're very proud. They want to do it on their own, deal with it on their own. So I don't know. They would have to be Japanese, right? Because Japanese and the Chinese were always at war. Or was that the Koreans and the Japanese? I don't remember. Yeah, so the Earth Empire, if you think of it like Rome, it has a Senate of representatives from all the different worlds in the empire. The Imperator, which is the emperor, all the terminology in the game is Latin. Like the player testers are called evocati, which is a Roman training unit in ancient Rome, and the senior admiral is not called an admiral; he's called a legatus, which is a Roman term for one of their generals. Yeah, you'll see a lot of Roman terms now. Even the ship names, the Gladius, the Saber, the Hercules, the Zeus, the well, I don't need to go into all the ships, but they draw a lot of their inspiration from Greek and Roman mythology. So part of the Greek and Roman history is that Rome actually split into two, right? It split into East and West kingdoms, or East and West empires, or I can't remember. But that is what everybody is kind of predicting is going to happen in the lore, is that the people that are pushing for Terra to be the capital, there might be internal civil war, right? Between the Earth and the Terra. I look forward to it. I even had a big discussion back in the day with my squadron. If they were to have this kind of civil war breakdown, who are we going to side with? Are we going to be loyalists, or are we going to be separatists? Yeah, so that was interesting. And the Tavaran, it's an alien race that was at war with the Empire. They lost, and now they're part of the Empire, much like the Carthaginians. And the Vandal are basically Vandal raiders that come in and strike at the Empire of Rome, and that's basically what the Vandal is doing against the Empire in Star Citizen. And the Banu are traitors that are basically allied with everyone, or not hostile with anyone. And that's kind of like the merchants, the Greek merchants in the Mediterranean. Yeah, I mean, you could go in for hours. If you like reading, and or you want to learn a little bit about the world, you could always go into these Robert Space Industries archives, go way back 2014, 2015. There's about 10 to 20 novels that are written and posted on the website, and you could just pull them up and read them. I have read, I don't know, maybe 6 of them. I think I want to go back and start reading those again, because they were a wealth of knowledge, right? You learn how the different races interact with the Empire. You learn about the dark, seedy underground, because one of the guys was like an undercover cop on some planet, I don't remember which, but he discovered that there was a assassination attempt on one of the governors, and he was trying to stop it. And basically it was like a really cool novel to read, you know? And there's one that I really remember. There was a merchant. He was down on his luck. He didn't really have very many credits left. He had a ship, and he had a friend that was a Banu. And this Banu contacted him and said, "I've got a mission for you. If you accept, you'll get paid like tons of money." And he accepted it. But the Banu had an ulterior motive, that this guy didn't know what it was. And his mission was to escort, or not to escort, to transport a scientist and his daughter from one planet to the next. They were going to do some research on some cows or something. And once that research was done, then he would fly them back to their starting world or whatever. So basically, he was a babysitter. He was just and he met this girl, the daughter of the scientist. She was old enough, and she was very naive to the way of the world, and he really liked her. She was pretty. He showed her around because she's not a scientist like her dad or whatever. So he basically hung out with her a lot. And then one day there were raiders that came in and raided the village that these guys were at. The spoiler, if you're planning on going back, these books have been out for like 10 years. But these raiders came in and kidnapped him specifically. And then he was taken up to a prison ship, or a prison, like a scientist's station, but he was locked up. And making a long story even longer, he found out that the Banu were the ones that hired these mercenaries to come and kidnap him. And there was a Banu scientist that was interrogating him and trying to figure out what he knew about the girl. And he really didn't know that much about her, other than, he showed her around and stuff like that. And then he discovers through, I don't remember, through the interrogation, or maybe she was also there or something. I can't remember exactly. But he finds out that she was an android, a robot, made by the Banu. And the Empire, not the Banu, but the Empire has outlawed androids. Any kind of sentient or semi-sentient or intelligent mechanical assistance of any kind is banned, because I guess early in their development, the Empire had some problems with some robots that got out of control, and they didn't want that to happen ever again. And that's why you don't see, or that's the in-lore reason why you don't see any robots in the game, and all of the computers seem to be very stupid, right? There's no like smart computers to help you. Everything is dumbed down because they don't want any smart computers. Well, he grabs the girl, he escapes, he gets back to his ship, and they fly off into the sunset, and he now has this like robot girlfriend. Yeah, that's that. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know where you can find them. If I was to dig, I probably could find them. But okay, so I've been on here quite a bit. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. I'm in Tennessee, for those of you that are curious. Does anybody have any questions for me before I log out? If not, I mean, if you do, that's cool. I can stay on. I have nowhere to go. I just want to make sure I get those miniatures that are outside in the weather. I want to make sure that they're in so they can dry by this morning when I want to paint them. And I think I might want to go get something to eat because I'm kind of starving. Um, you know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try Star Citizen and see if it comes back up. I had the DPS calculator open twice. What the heck? Nice, got family out there, and have a good one, boss. We'll catch you next time. All right, Lone Star. Hey, it says launch game. It says launch game. I'm curious to know where, if I have to claim my ship, if I lost all my gear. It's on the easy anti-cheat screen right now. We might be back in. Okay, we got the gold screen. It's authenticating the hub. Okay, now you can actually see. Hey, look at that. We have a queue. We have music. We have FPS. That's the same server that I was in when I left. I'm reaching. Oh. Okay. Nice, healthy snack while I'm at the computer. Well, I wasn't arrested. I'm still wearing the same stuff. I have I have the guns that I picked up. But I bet my ship has been destroyed. That's me, man. I'm I'm the good hope guy. Okay, the NPCs are not T-posing or standing on chairs. That's a good thing. We have a guy actually moving around. train was right on time. Oh, you're on your ship. Okay. So your bed log worked. That's good. That's very good. Glad to hear it. Deep space. Yeah, I might have to try that. It works every time when I land. I've tried doing it in orbit, and it says you can't do it. But maybe not being close to the planet, out in deep space might be the key. Hope it says stored and it has all my stuff in it. But I know it won't. Claim. Crap. Even if I was to fly out to wherever it is, which I don't see a marker. I would get gunned down because the turrets would shoot me. Fudge. I'm still at 4 million though. Yeah, look at all these boxes. Crazy. Yeah, my ship's gone. Yeah, I could have swore I just. Oh, I'm on containers. Hmm. Yeah, so all the scopes, all the armor, everything that was on the ship, completely gone. That's all right. It's an alpha game, so you got to expect some problems. I'm going to expedite this. That's exactly why I think there should be a big pop-up in the screen that says, and not hidden inside of global chat either. It should be a big pop-up in the center of the screen that says, we're getting ready to do server maintenance, better log out, or something like that. Anything. I had a box stuffed with ammo. I'm sorry, not ammo. Stuffed with weapons. It's no longer there. Wait a second. What skin is that? Is that the right skin? We're about to find out. Yeah, that's the skin. Empty. 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 Everything's empty. All right. All right, so this is what we're going to do. Interesting. Okay. What I'm going to do is carry some cargo up to the station and then pick a mercenary mission. Now I could grab these extra boxes and just throw them out into space. But that's not what I'm going to do. I'll do that at some point off camera. You know, when everybody's not watching. Well, we killed a couple hours and that allowed the maintenance to go through. That was good. Thank you for that. I wish there was a way for me to select this and then delete it. Okay, so where are we going? New Babbage. At 118, I got a lot more than I did before. Okay, New Babbage to Port Tressler. I guess it doesn't have to be Port Tressler. It could be anywhere. But what I'm looking for is multiple missions going to the same place. Okay, this is, oh, that's almost 100 frickin' mofos. Wow, these are paying 99. $121. I must have hit a threshold. I've never seen anything like that. Okay, there's one. It's only paying 34, but that's okay. Now, I didn't see how far down I went. I know it was past that. $104, I can't carry that. I probably could, but it would be another one of those juggling, and I don't want to do that. Poor Tressler's got stuff going everywhere. If there's only that one small load, that'll be fine. Yeah, there's only that one small load. But that's okay. I guess that's it. Horrible FPS, by the way. I don't know about you, but I'm getting 15 FPS. Oh, nice. 13 now. 13%. %. Okay. I haven't really hit a loot box yet. I'm at 99. If I picked up the Karna, it would only be to sell it. Because I have 100 of them. What I'm looking for, what I'd like to find, is a night vision optic. Low light, as it were. Got pistols laying all over the place. Okay, I've gone all the way around. Gonna reverse my direction of travel. Maybe I overlooked something. Crap, I can't pick that up. Okay, I'm at 99%. Okay, never mind. $2.36 million. Nice. Well, must have a ship that can carry 896. Okay, so we're gonna try something here. No attachments. No attachments. I guess I could just stay on one side. I don't need to go. Give it a second for it to populate. I don't see anything populating. There was a couple of them that had scopes, and that's what I'm checking for. I could have swore I picked one up with a scope. And I don't mean a little optic like that. Oh, wait, no. Okay, maybe not. I'm actually surprised I came away from that engagement without an injury. I mean, I lost some health, but wait, I clicked on the wrong thing. But I didn't get an arm or head injury. I am not running Vulcan. Um, i7 9700 and a 1070. I don't know, 64 gigs or something RAM. It's a overclocked version, but I stopped overclocking it because games crashed. Now these are low light holographics. I might equip one of those just for night missions. All right, well, that's officially going to do it for me this evening. Thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. And if you're interested in a cool organization, you should check us out on the website, 1NAS. And I'll give you, right as I was logging out, I'm going to give you the video. So, all right, I will see you probably tomorrow night because I like to stream every night after midnight. So you can come check me out again. Maybe ask me some more questions. Hang out, chill, relax, eat some popcorn, whatever. Here we go.
Greetings, citizens. This is Lieutenant Commander Mr. Everything coming at you with an important announcement from the UEE Navy. The 1st Naval Aerospace Squadron, the Lions, is recruiting. Be a part of something great. Join now. We are looking for new and veteran players. The 1st Naval Aerospace Squadron is a UEE Navy carrier-based squadron. If you're looking for a disciplined, well-trained unit, join now. Not only do we want combat professions, but we need first-person marine experts, merchants, miners, salvage. All professions are welcome in the 1st Naval Aerospace Squadron. Our mission is to protect the UEE and its citizens. Join the 1st Naval Aerospace Squadron. Expected missions would be anti-piracy, anti-smuggling, fleet protection, search and rescue, convoy escort, bounty hunting, exploration, mining, salvage, asset protection, cargo hauls, to name a few. Join now and see the galaxy. We have an organization page on the RSI website, as well as the forums in Spectrum, and we have our very own Discord. Role-playing is encouraged, but not mandatory. The galaxy awaits. Join now. Whether you're casual or competitive, we're looking for committed players. We're based on a World War II U.S. Navy Air Squadron theme. Our focus are carrier-based craft, with our primary being the Sabre. But all ships are needed and wanted in the squadron. We would like to have a wide variety of ships to allow all kinds of gameplay. Visit now your local Navy recruiter and join the 1st Naval Aerospace Squadron. The squadron is growing. Visit our recruiter at robertspaceindustries.com/orgs/1NAS to become a member of something great.